Test, mic, test. Double audio kaya ako nito. Hindi siguro. Yep. So, we're going to study Dan Mora style. Ego. Digital. Hmm. Let's watch this first.
Hey everybody, today I want to talk about art studies. Learning how to do art studies effectively is going to be a massive
This
improvement
is
to your artwork. When I was a student
Daniel
learning how to
Ang.
digitally paint, I thought that art studies were opening up Google or Pinterest, finding a reference photo, and then literally copying it one-to-one, no questions asked. I was trying to copy something one-to-one and trying to make it feel as photoreal as possible without even really thinking about what I was doing, and that's all I did for practice. And so I ended up doing dozens of these no-brain studies, as you can see here, and while they look okay, the actual
Hold on. Yes.
studies themselves felt very disconnected to the art I was trying to make, and as a result, that made the painting process a lot harder than it should have been. Instead, I want you to think of approaching studies like this. There's this thing called the look, cover, write, check method that's a thing here in Australia when you're in primary school, and it's basically when you're graduating from learning how to use a pencil into learning how to use a pen, basically, or it's something called a pen license. So you would look at a word, you would cover it with your hand, you would write it out again to get the spelling correct, and then you would check it to see if what you got was correct. And when I was thinking about this phenomenon again the other day, as it sort of popped up in my brain, as you do before you sleep, I realized I could probably use that in art studies. The whole part about observing something or a reference photo, trying to replicate it, and then checking to see if what you've gotten correct is a really powerful tool at kind of self-improvement and self-motivational kinds of practices that you can do. We know we understand something when we can recall it from memory, and I think that's such a powerful thing to apply to art. So I'm really making this video for something I wish I knew at the time, and to show you a couple of ways of how you can get the most out of your art studies. But wait. First things first, what is an art study? Now, defining
What's
art
an art
studies can be a
study?
little bit tricky because the term itself is kind of broad. Are art studies only quick sketches? Do they all look like this? Or do they look like this? Are art studies actually the lunch sketches that you see all over Instagram and ArtStation? Well, beyond what they look like, art studies are really all about you practicing art. That's the most important part. To give you an example, if you are wanting to practice how to paint rocks, for instance, if you were doing some kind of like fantasy landscape, you would go online, find a reference photo, and kind of isolate that and learn how rocks are constructed. There's all sorts of different textures involved, or when light hits them at different angles. That's basically what you're trying to figure out when you're doing an art study. Or if you're creating something like a robot design, you might study hinges and actually see how they move and how joints work and things like that. Basically, art studies are small drawings or paintings that can help us improve in a certain area of art. But what they are not are fully finished pieces that you share towards social media. And look, if you want to share your work when you're finished, that's totally fine, but likes and comments and engagement are secondary to you actually learning something. And trust me, this is speaking from experience, because
Trust me,
in my
bro.
Instagram feed back in the day, a lot of it was just Pinterest studies, and I would, post paintings that I did of everything that I saw online. And what it demonstrated was I could copy things really well, but I couldn't actually think for myself as an artist. I couldn't actually make decisions or create things. So ideally, in that sort of aspect, art studies should serve the kind of art that you want to make and the artist that you want to become. Let me also give you an analogy on how I like to think about art studies. Let's say that you were training for a marathon. When you're training for a marathon, you're not just going to go out your door and run and do the entire marathon. You're going to start off really small. So you might start off with a couple of short jogs here and there. You might do a lot of stretching. You might research things on nutrition. You might correct your form. And all those little tiny pieces serve the overarching goal of running that marathon. And that's basically the essence of art studies. And that's where I was getting caught up the most when I was a student. The actual art that I was creating for studies and the art that I was making were very disconnected. To hammer the point home, let's just say you were painting a cityscape. It's not going to be very helpful if all you're doing in your spare time and practicing is something like anatomy. You probably want to focus on things like perspective and building architecture, lighting and mood and that sort of thing, but you get the idea.
How long should art studies take?
This is another big question, and that is, how long should art studies take when you're actually doing them? This is going to vary artist from artist, and it's also going to vary based off of how comfortable you are painting or how complex the subject is that you've chosen. Generally, I'd say studies can take as little as 10 minutes to complete for one painting or sketch or whatever, or as long as 3 to 4 hours, and this is really depending on how far you want to take the study as well. But something I would advise against is taking like many days to finish the study, because at that point you're kind of illustrating. Again, if that's what you want to do, that's fine, but just understand the distinction between them. And the whole reason that I'm preaching about keeping them shorter is ideally you only want to be focusing on 1 or 2 major things per study. For example, if you're just copying a photo one-to-one, there's so many different things to think about, from values and textures and composition and lighting and all these different sorts of things. Pick 1 or 2 and stick with them. And when you keep a study shorter, you're able to pump out more. So here we're really looking at quantity rather than quality. The reason why is because the more reps you do, the easier it is for your brain to understand, and you can also just get rid of a bunch of pressure. You don't have to do like a Picasso level painting every single time. And again, once again, I'm speaking to myself in the past because this is what I thought studies were, and that was just to create the best looking piece of art. That's not it. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is that not all studies are created equal. When you are scouring the internet online or looking for reference photos, just keep in mind that some studies are going to be a lot easier to paint than others. So it goes without saying, but a cityscape is far more complex than something like a bowl of fruit. So just if you are picking studies, you can kind of categorize them by difficulty as well, and that may change the amount of time that you spend on them too. Just something to keep in mind. Now, with that being said, I'm going to say that there are 2 major types of studies that we can do to improve our art. And they are fundamental and master studies. Well, the main difference you find between master and fundamental studies are really the references you end up choosing to, well, study. To make this bit a little bit easier to understand, I'm actually going to apply it to a real-world example. So in my last illustration, I really wanted to learn how to paint better forests. How would I approach my art studies?
Number 1. Fundamental studies.
When we are doing fundamental studies, as is in the name, we are focusing on an art fundamental. So this could be things like perspective, or lighting, or values, or color, one of those things. The photos that we're going to be using or the references that we seek are actually going to be pictures that we've taken ourselves, or something like real life, or if we are going online, it's going to be an unedited photo, or at least as much as possible. The reason why is because we're trying to represent reality as closely as we can, and we want to do so without the influence of an artistic voice. We simply want to focus on why things look the way they do and how they work. And because I wanted to get better at painting forests, I looked online specifically for, well, Australian forests, and looked at the different types of trees that were present within them, or the different jarrah trees and gum trees. Kind of have to become like a mini expert on what it is that you're seeing, but once I had enough of those, I made them into a big collage using PureRef. Now that you do have your references, before jumping in straight away, I actually think we should do the look part of the look cover right check. So this is going to entail analyzing our references and actually just taking a step back, writing a couple of notes of the observations that we seek before we start painting. The reason that we do this here is because the actual painting process itself is going to be a lot easier if we take the time to analyze our reference. So for example, let's jump into Photoshop here, and I've got my reference. What I might do is just have a look at the general composition, have a look at the general colors that I see, and the kind of lighting and how they're interacting with everything. I might also convert the image to black and white to pay attention to the values, because Values is one of the most important things that will make your painting read and be clear. So having a look here, I can see, for example, that the actual trunk of the trees themselves are very similar to the actual value of the leaves at the top here. Of course, we are facing the sun, so a lot of the light coming towards us is going to be a little bit overexposed, but we can also make a couple of other observations, such as the ground and grass being darker than the sky, all of the different trees in the background having a little bit of atmosphere as well, which is why they are a little bit lighter than all of the ones in the foreground. We can also see how some of the edges here where the actual bushes are catching the light can break up that quality. And that's what I'll do for a couple of my images before I start painting. Actually, my light is a little bit dark here. I'm going to be just a second. So let me show you a practical example here. So I've still got this image. If I wanted to focus purely on value, if I was doing a 1 hour value study, this is how I would do it. I've got my image here and I'm going to convert it to black and white again. But this time I'm actually going to create a new layer, make this one a little bit lighter, and actually if I had the right brush, I'm going to come in and start to sketch very, very loosely where all of the trees are. Now, of course, this is going to be not one-to-one, but the reason I'm, kind of tracing everything right now is that I want to jump into values as quickly as possible. When you're studying, you don't have to spend time in your 1 hour study sketching or trying to get all of the proportions correct if that's not what you're focusing on. So we want to be as efficient as possible. And I'm just going to sketch in all of the bushes and things like that here, and the perspective, and some of the trees go down, and I'm going to hide that layer here. Now it looks like a complete mess, but that's fine, because what we are going to do is I'm going to then have my black and white image somewhere else. Over here like this, and then arrange 2 up vertical. And then what I'm going to do in my line art sketch is hide that layer. And from here, I can then start to block in some of my values. And then I'll start to match in closely what I'm seeing. So it really depends on what you want to focus on. For here, I'm not really too worried about things like edge control or things like that. I'm just trying to get the overall structure of the value shapes and everything correct. So this is it's gonna be like a very horrible example, but I hope that the point sort of comes across. You don't have to do every stage of a painting if you don't want to. You can really isolate it and keep it as clear as possible. I'm going to leave a link to a video by Daniel McGarry in the description below, and this video was heavily inspired by, but he goes into a lot more detail about how you can break down different fundamentals when you are doing certain studies. But of course, watch this one first and then go and watch his.
Number 2. Master studies.
Okay, and now that we've covered that, the second major type of studies is master studies. Unlike fundamental studies, master studies, on the other hand, are all about looking at artistic expression and how other artists achieve certain things. Here, we're trying to think about artists that we look up to. Ideally, working professionals or celebrated artists throughout history, but I've also extended it, and you can include things like games and film and animation, or anything that really inspires you. Anything that was done with a visual intent. The goal here is to find out how these artists developed their style. So with the fundamental studies, we're trying to build up our fundamentals. And with the master studies, we're trying to see how certain artists tackled visual problems. So for example, in my forest section again, I really like the way that Leah Pinto paints foliage. So I looked at a lot of different ways of how she paints bushes and trees, thinking about the type of custom brushes that might be there, how she approached shading, color dynamics, all that sort of thing as well. I also think about, in our forest example, Into the Spider-Verse as well, with that scene of Miles and Peter B. Parker going through that beautiful orange forest. And looking at some of the pieces of concept art, you can really see how they simplify certain textures and make everything read but also feel quite flat. And that kind of quality, I think, is really important to seeing how they simplify such a complex scene like a forest. You'll find that in this stage, when you are looking at master studies, a lot of your own artistic tastes will come through based on the artists you choose to study. And of course, the same kind of approach applies here. If I'm doing a master study, if I wanted to look at purely just how an artist uses color, I'm gonna, trace over a certain work that they have, I'm gonna try and find the colors, intuit that using the color wheel in Photoshop and paint that down and see how they approach stuff and try and get in the mindset of what they were thinking. If I wanted to take it a step further, I also look at different interviews that they might have done or any articles or things like that to see how they achieve certain things. Because after all, finding a professional, trying to get a professional output with your artwork requires professional methodology. And so it only makes sense to look at how they achieve certain things as well. So to wrap up the section here, I'm going to show you a personal illustration I just finished called Sherman Forest. And I'll actually show you the types of references that I used and the kinds of studies I did to get to this stage here. So these are my actual references that I had over here. And you'll see that I was very inspired by the works of Ed Lag, who did all of these different paintings. And I really love the graphic style of all of these statements, how everything feels super bold. I also really like the way that your eyes travel throughout this image. I also looked at the works of Sylvain Altamont. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. And also Hibaro, and these are Leo Pinto's works. So kind of combining all of these different things. These are also a couple of pictures that I took myself when I was out and about in the bush and trying to pay attention to the kind of quality that I had. So with an actual photograph like this, the reason we kind of combine fundamental studies and master studies is that it allows you to see both different types of things. You get to see reality and you get to see how people make statements. So for example, if I grab, let's just say, I don't know, I'm going to grab this image right over here. I can see how Sylvain Altamont rendered bushes, right? And so a lot of it here is just kind of one brush, one stroke, a lot of very scribbly lines, but it works and it feels very tangible. And when I look at my actual reference photo itself, I can see that here as well, but it's far, far more complex. So rather than having to paint directly what I see, I can kind of interpret a shorthand by the way another artist uses this. And this is kind of how I like to think about things when I'm doing my studies. This one over here is another study that I did just from life. I had my iPad with me and I was just kind of drawing this out. But here I'm also trying to figure out how lighting interacts with trees, the kind of bounce light that you might get from certain areas. And you'll see that it's very unfinished, but the main focal point that I was looking at was this tree and trying to, again, simplify things and not make things as complex as I want it to unless it's near the focal point. These are all kinds of things that I'm thinking about, and I think this was about an hour as well that it took for this one. You'll see here again too that I've got a couple of different reference photos here for some very, very quick value studies. Very, very quick. I think these were no more than like 10 minutes, if that. But I'm just trying to get a sense and build up my intuition of how I see forests and how the values are laid out. So when I go to paint my actual illustration, I have a bit more of an idea. I'm not kind of shooting in the dark. Okay, hey everybody, this is Editor Dan here. When I was checking a look back at this section of the video, I realized I probably could have gone into more detail about how my actual art studies lead to the final result of the painting. So I've got Sherman Forest here, and I started off as a very, very loose sketch, just in pen on my actual book that I've got, trying to figure out the composition and things like that. And when I move over into my next stage of the process, I like to make everything in black and white and sort of start separating the layers by foreground, middle ground, and background. So you can see that by studying how forests work and looking at the values, I'm applying that directly into my painting. So keeping the bark of the trees darker than things like the ground, kind of simplifying all of the junk as sort of one shape here, thinking about how light the bushes should be, or also just the background trees versus the sky. And then I'm just sort of overlaying my sketch just to see if everything reads well, and then refining that a little bit more and starting to add color. So I like to separate my process like this because at each stage, I'm not overwhelming myself. I get to really focus on one thing at a time. And it's the same with studies. So as you can see, I start to fill in more of the detail. At this section here too, I'm also trying to interpret all of the grime and graffiti and trying to make that look nice in this giant dome. And as I progress, it's just a lot of detailing, a lot of balancing everything in the image and making those values kind of read pretty well. But it all started from that beginning section there of having done the studies, so that when I do paint all this stuff, it looks very complex, but it's actually quite simple. And that's just due to how I laid everything out from the beginning.
But wait, how do you know what to study and when?
So, if you're ever stuck on what to study, I'd encourage you to kind of look within and again think about the type of artist that you want to become. So, if you want to be a creature designer, a lot of your studies are probably going to revolve around creature anatomy, things like rendering fur really well or scales and that sort of nature. But if you want to be more of a vehicle designer, then a lot of your studies will be revolved around cars and painting things like metal. So it's kind of dress for the job that you want, but it will really help to improve your artwork if you can kind of already pinpoint where you want to be. If you're just starting off, however, then I would really recommend to focus on things that are quite easy and keeping the barrier of entry pretty low. So that also includes things that you may have seen, such as painting a still life or learning how to render very simple shapes like cubes and spheres and things of that nature. This really sort of builds up your confidence of being able to understand form. So when you do get to take your studies further, it will really help you out as well. And as you go and create your own artwork as well, I also encourage you to think about what you find easy and what you find difficult in the process, because it's also going to give you insight into things that you can study further. So for example, a couple of illustrations that I did, I realized, oh, reflections and metal, that's actually something that I kind of struggle with. I'm not entirely sure how to paint them without using like a lot of references or going into 3D and doing that sort of thing. And that's fine as well, but remember, when you can draw upon something in your knowledge without having to rely on reference, i.e. look up a right check, that's when you know that it's really sunk in. So once you have that information, make a couple of notes here. Do you need to practice more of your composition? Do you need to practice more of your values? Is your anatomy not quite right? So that is only really answered when you create artwork and things that you want to share as well. So in that regard, of course, the artistic journey, it's a bit of a push-pull and it won't really end that way, but I do think that they both feed each other, and that's really exciting as you level up your skills and get better as an artist. I'm also super curious to know that what kind of specific studies do you like to do? Do you like to do black and white no-tan sketches? Do you like to do other ones that are a little bit more specific or broader? I realize that this video has been more of a broad overview on studies in general. And if you're curious, I may make a couple of videos that are much more specific in them. So just leave them down in the comments below.
So, to quickly summarize everything, number 1. Art studies are smaller paintings or sketches that help you improve a particular fundamental and are often in service toward a larger creative work. Number 2. Keep your studies timed and focused. The goal is not creating a finished, polished work, but instead to learn. Number 3. There are 2 major types of studies, and they are fundamental and master studies. The difference between these is the references that you end up choosing. Number 4. Pick your references carefully. Some are harder than others. Others won't be good at all. And number 5. It's a cycle. As you create more art, you'll know what to focus on and improve, and you'll be able to structure your studies moving forward.
Okay, and I'm going to bring this one to a wrap now. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble on this one here. If I could have done a better job explaining any concepts or anything like that, just let me know in the comments down below. Also, a big shout out to all of the crew over at Tokyo Alley on their Discord. That was really, really fun talking to other artists about how they look at studies, and that kind of informed how I wanted to take this video as well. So until next time, everybody, take care and happy painting.
Ooh. Damn. see this. Nung labo. Mm, 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 mm. 1080p naman to. Zoom in natin. Zoom. What the fuck is that? Zoom. Oh, 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 oh. Excellent. Doom, 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 doom. It's just dun- so study. Damn. Structure. Um, Nakita mo yung structure. The wedged of arms. You can really see the structure of the pecs. I wonder how much anatomy study he did. And I think this one is because from the sketch you can really see this wedge here. So I think it's he learned some of his uh, anatomy from I think from Bridgman. So the structure itself is really readable. And then uh, with the added light lighting, so that the light is coming from uh, below, so all these parts are in shadow. And then like the lighting is really well placed on the structure. So that's I think that's where really his magic comes from. Not entirely, but that's one part. So this character is Batman, and so from his illustration, it's it's on his Instagram. I'll grab it here. Oh, Uh, yeah. So you you can even see the. Let me try and zoom in. Oops. Uh, Sorry for the janky stream. Uh, I was trying to do the study of uh, Dan Mora. So what I like about his illustrations are the anatomy, uh, lines, the 3D structure, mm, lighting. You can say it's actually quite, or you can honestly say it's everything about the illustration. But so I just recently got introduced to Dan Mora by uh, this cool. It's let me paste it here. So good Joe. This
While many
video.
comic artists use shock value, challenging and complex themes, and graphical gimmicks to hook in viewers' attention, famed comic artist Dan Mora doesn't resort to that. And yet, somehow his art is still irresistible.
Boom. Look at that. So yeah, for me, when I saw the especially the Power Ranger um let me add a source here, browser, and then what? Oh no. Delete this. Let me just add. What should I add? Display, no, not display capture. Window capture. This one. Then I'll just, you see it? Do you see it? Let's check. Okay, yeah. So
He's attracting the comic reading masses purely by maxing out visual interest, which in my estimation is actually more
look at that Power Ranger.
impressive. But how does he do it? Well, in this video, I'm going to deconstruct Dan Mora's art to see how he combines specific design elements to create art that's always approachable and attractive, and how easy it can be to apply it to your own work with a little bit of study. And as always, shoot the video a like if you're into awesome comic art like I am and want to discover more of what's happening under the hood so you can replicate this art magic in your own way. Quick aside here, I just want to say, art is very subjective.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
We all are drawn to different looks and subject matter, so if you don't particularly like Dan Mora or his work, it's not wrong, and you're not wrong. But there are theories of design out there that many master artists and teachers throughout history have studied deeply and believe in. So it's only natural that we investigate our favorite artists out there through that lens. You may think Dan Mora's art is super clean and simple, but if you spend a little time going through his work stroke by stroke, you're going to find a dichotomy. The first way Dan Mora creates visually interesting and attractive art is by mixing order with chaos.
What?
Order and chaos, from a comic artist perspective, means the difference between well-structured line making and random line making, or rigid shapes versus organic shapes, smooth strokes versus wobbly ones. And I think you get the point. Most people like art that has some mix of these polar opposite elements, and for big reasons. Along with certain shapes and arrangements come corresponding feelings by and large. Pure chaotic elements like jagged lines and random arrangements in art can be energizing and free, but if used too much, it will leave the viewer feeling tired, uneasy, and uncomfortable. And that's because humans like structure, security, and what we already know. However, an art piece that is void of any chaos,
This one. Look at
like
this Power Ranger.
O and C, also applies to composition. You know, how
Boom. See that? This one.
exaggerated enough
Yeah. So you can really feel the structure and the anatomy. You can list out. You can also list color here.
to always feel like an adventure. Now, if you combine all that with the straightforward approach to the subject matter, you may just have on your hands the perfectly balanced everyman's artist for comics.
Damn! Look at that Spider-Man. Boom.
Balance is found just about everywhere in Dan's work, so let's break down his style first and foremost to see what's happening. If you look at his line work and not really his colored rendering from the Grant Morrison collab Claws, you're going to find these 8 things. First, white line detail, meaning detail found in the pure black areas using whiteout or inverted lines to add depth. You'll find fine hatching for some clean value changes, You're going to find those imperfect strokes like we talked about
Hatching.
before. You're going to find limited use of bounce light and complex lighting, and that's a big one. It keeps things simple and graphical. You'll find dry brush gradient rendering, which feels a little bit more rough than clean and balances out his fine line work. You're going to find polished faces that even look more polished because they're juxtaposed next to imprecise or imperfect strokes in other areas of the art. You're going to find lots of areas that are left blank to counter the sometimes dense amount of detail and possibly serve for a clean place to put some nice color. And last, he uses a generous use of pure black, and when this is applied to certain graphical elements like hair and materials and shadow elements, it really pops. And I think he uses about 30% ish of the whole composition usually. So now let's move over to the Superman breakdown where I discovered so much. The first unexpected use of balance here is how Dan splits up the use of pure contours and really detailed render. And whenever it fills up completely, Dan has included even more space to rest your eye, going even so far as putting a complete wheel for your viewer's eye.
Yeah, so Joe explained well, it's really um what you call this composition 101. You mix um you should mix like busy parts with empty like that parts. Yeah, so busy and chaotic and then just simple and empty parts. So yeah, he said where the viewers or the readers can rest their eyes. Yeah.
Eyes. When drawing, always remember that when you add complex silhouettes, a ton of design elements, and busy line work in general, don't forget that you're using up a precious resource. And balance all this out by adding streamlined shapes, lines of action that create flow, and adding contrast that keep the viewer looking at the easy on the eyes areas and giving them
Easy on
confidence
the
to dive into the
eyes.
detail when they're ready. When you think of hierarchy, you may be thinking of evolutionary biology or something like that, but for us, it's a structure in which certain aspects of art will be given more space and more prioritization above and below other elements. First up is shape hierarchies. There's a design theory that kind of nudges us.
So yeah, that's about it. That's the introduction to Dan Mora for me. And I'm really gravitated or sucked in on his anatomy and structure, especially uh where is it? Yeah, the Power Rangers poses. Uh hmm, he's his colors and I think shot choices are really cool too. Huh. Let me change. Is that better? I think so. Oof. So I'm browsing through his Instagram right now. Um, Godzilla. Wow, wow, wow. Who's this? Shazam. God damn. Does he have any like live reels sketching? Uh, yeah, I wonder. Yeah, maybe um, it'd be cool if our artists like Dan have like YouTube or like courses that he sells, but since they're too busy creating comics, I think they can squeeze it in. But yeah, it'd be nice to like find a YouTube video of him sketching. I think he doesn't have a YouTube channel. Yeah, all I can see from YouTube is like mm, podcast interviews and then studies. There's no boom boom boom. There's no like official video from him sketching. Damn, Spider-Man sketch. Uh, here's a quick sketch on his Instagram. He's using Artline, fine, fine liner. Damn. Um. So yeah, I think we can take this off for now. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, these are dirty pages from. I can see my hands. Oh, I forgot I had a timer. It's gonna go off. So just a quick break. I'll be back. We're back. We're back. Uh, boom, 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 bam, 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 bam. How do you? So the question is, how do you cleanly illustrate structure? I guess by skip studying, right? Right? Right. So maybe while drawing, like hold in your mind like the plane changes. So for example, the plane here and then it goes up here and then bam, overlap and then the trigger. So I guess it's you really need a giga brain to hold everything. Like for example, the angle, the shot, not the shot, the angle of the structure, the plane changes, subtle, subtle changes of the planes, the perspective. You really need the fucking uh like 16 core CPU brain to hold everything. Then while sketching, and then just add sketching from imagination or from memory on top of everything. Wow. Screw. You're screwed. That's why you you need. I, I think you need to uh pr- like practice each, let's say, fundamentals and like have it as mm, not entirely second nature, but yeah, second nature. Maybe like when driving, sometimes you forget you're driving because it becomes like automatic, right? So I guess something like that. So for example you won't even have to put brain power to like the 3D structure of the subject because it's second nature. So it, it, it's automatic. So you can just in computer terms, how will that work? Maybe it's like maybe the RAM or something. Uh, I don't know, but yeah, I think that's one secret or one way on artists like Dan can sketch on one of the videos I watched. He said they said he like he produces like 2 pages a day. And then he has like 5 to 6 uh ongoing series. Like there's uh th- there is some part of his sketching or his illustration work that becomes automatic because of maybe repetition or like he fully understands the like how anatomy works. That's why it's automatic. So yeah, in one Proco video as well, Proco was interviewing the late great Kim Jong Gi, R.I.P. Um, like he's not hindered by like anatomy or something or perspective since he basically like he got it in his bag so he doesn't like give RAM or brain power to it. um that's why he can sketch and sketch for hours and not get tired, and also because he mentioned he he loves drawing. Yeah. Drawing is breathing for him. So maybe that's another uh factor. But yeah, and from I think for me or a lot of pros even said it from YouTube videos that it is drawing a lot, repetition, are really understanding your the just not just straight copying like what I'm doing right now. Like really understand the structure, how maybe how it, how it got to look that way or something. Um, well, just that's what will I do uh in my studies. Just drawing a lot, experience, XP boost. Maybe study 20% and then just uh trying out those studies 80% of the time, not just like um watching um tutorials after tutorials. Spend more time sketching. Uh so yeah, I guess that's what will I do. Oh, this is part of the sling still, and then the arm. Do 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 do. This part should be also covered by the sling, but we made it too far. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 dun, 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 dun. So yeah, the for example here. Oh, is it from one? No, it's from this. Dun, 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 dun. What the fuck? Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Oh, it's not a party. It's a slaughter. It's a fucking slaughter. I guess going back to Dan, I think he does look at references. I believe. I think so. While sketching, like for uh his comics. I think I've ever when I see when I watch David Finch sketch his stream, um Maybe because to save time, he doesn't like uh look at references that much. But hmm, maybe I'm not entirely sure, but yeah. But for me, it really matter if it's from his imagination or from a reference. In my humble opinion, we're not really sketching from imagination. Everything is from memory. So when we do it purely from imagination, I think uh, it should be something we haven't studied or even have seen. For example, can you imagine life form, if there's any life form in Mercury, for example? But even that, we can only like sketch l- s- uh, part of life forms that we have seen, right? So, for example, maybe like an eight-legged uh, giant tick. So all of those are from memory. Which part are from imagination? Maybe I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not really um hot on the term drawing from imagination because for me, if I have seen it and then if I have observed it and then I drew it without a reference, it's from memory, not from imagination. Yeah, like for example, if a mechanic asked you to like draw an engine part that that you don't know, that you haven't seen, and just based on the name itself, uh you'll draw it from your imagination how it looks like, right? That's purely from imagination because you haven't studied it, you haven't observed it, you don't have a clue what it is, so you'll use your imagination. But then again, you use like parts that you've seen, maybe. So I'm not sure. That's my 2 cents about it. Um, I'm almost finished copying this. Not really sure. Maybe I did this because I was trying to. Does it look 3D? Let me check. I think so. Even without like the subtle the contour shading here. Think so. Like you can feel the this arm like in perspective, right? Yeah, for me, if you can like feel that just by seeing it, I'm not sure how to explain it, but for me, that's a sign that I or that's one aspect of a good drawing for me. So that's why when I saw Dan's illustrations, really I really got hooked by the 3D structure of his illustrations and also again the anatomy. I guess the he does the he does mix the comic book style colors and then painterly style, s- subtle painterly style, and then so 20% subtle painterly style, and then 80% graphical comic colors. That part of his illustration also gives the what's the good Joe's um title? Mesmerizing, I think it's mesmerizing. Yeah. So keep on sketching here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's find another reference that we can sketch. Do 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 do. Dun, dun. Oh shit. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'll sketch something here. So again, 3D structure. And then believable. I just how do you spell believable? Like that? So for me, it's the plane change. Like these front exchange capture. How do you capture that? Right. How do you I guess how do you put that to your long term memory? So you can just pull it anytime when you draw. I guess yeah. Let's draw it out. Oh sorry. Uh a lot is the key. Should I turn? Hmm. Oh, I forgot to turn on my timer. Mm, structure. Can you see the? Yeah, I think I can. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I guess I wanted her even closer to the lens to see her reaction. Maybe like this. So yeah, I was trying to apply the visible. Was trying to reply. Uh, in perspective, in a scene. So I was imagining a scene from a like a POV scene, um, sitting from a couch, watching like a TV or film, and I think that close. Let's put a like a cat peeking or peeping. Like, where's my food, bro? Oh, so that's what I was imagining. Oh, okay. I guess that's not from imagination. Fuck, sorry. I forgot to mute. So let's then erase lightly. Then finalize the pose. So I was imagining her shoulder. So there's a couch here, and it's my POV, and her shoulder is her left arm is like resting or on the what do you call the this part of the couch? The not the back seat. The fuck. What part is that? But yeah, the where you rest your back, and then so it's like this. This is the couch. Her arm is like this, and then it goes back like that, and then she's like facing towards me, or the POV, wherever it is, that is me. And then her other arm is like resting like this. Does someone sit like that on a couch? I don't know. Then the rest of her, like I said, the rest of her body is slightly like this. I'm not sure if you can sit like that on a couch. I guess I've seen it somewhere. That's why I think you can. And then the cat. But that's what I'm envisioning or imagining the scene would look like. And then I guess if we applied the Dan Moore style, so anatomy wise, it's believable. It's close to real or reality. Uh, so there's not much stylization of the anatomy. So I guess this will do. I always have a problem sketching bangs. Ears simplified is just the C and the Y here. And then um perspective, uh what do you call that? Foreshortening. And then the claw. I'm not sure what's the term for this, like hair clip or something. I think just the claw. I call it the claw. Uh, hmm. She's wearing a tank top because it's summer and it's hot. It, her arm, and then her hands, which can like that. The arm, the other arm, or the other hands. It's readable, right? Right, guys. Doom, 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 doom. The cat was is like, yo, motherfucker, where's my food? Just simplify the cat because she's too far. Meow. Oh, we forgot this part of the hair. So let's try to finish. So it's uh the eye level is here. I mean, I'm imagining I'm slouching, so maybe I'm lower here, but let's say here, and then the couch edge, boom. So if there's a table that is aligned with the couch's edge here, it should be that, like a small coffee table. And like a carpet here. No. Oh, oh fuck! I almost control D, control Z. I forgot I was the traditional. You see it? Uh, I'm imagining there's a like a balcony. Oh, tangent. Like a balcony door here. Like basic uh curtains. Since they have a cat, like there's net. And if we continue the house, so uh I immediately um think of a hallway here. So hallways have paintings, maybe a switch here, maybe a bigger painting here. There's this is where the TV is walled, and then maybe we can put like floorings, wood floorings. I'm imagining a wallpaper that is at this height. Maybe since we have a girl or a woman in the house, she decorated the place with like plants wallpaper. Or maybe some real plants here. Yeah. Real plants. Do do. And that's a scene. That's a fucking scene. Like you can't imagine it being in a comic. Book. Well, me at least. Right, right, right. Okay. Let's put like cup, a book, a phone, maybe some snacks. Because we're watching Breaking Bad. Let's put some. This cat is black as fuck. Feed me. Right, right. Let's create a thumbnail. Then, 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 then. Boom, 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 boom. So I'm gonna go for a break soon. Let's Tom Fox. Yeah, Tom Fox. If you want to learn uh anatomy structure, you can go to this guy, Tom Fox. I guess 2 hours. Yeah, I think he does live stream, but I think he's stopped. But I'll check. But I'll go for a quick break. Be right back. We're back, 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 back.
Why is nobody talking about the real controversy from last night? And I'm not big on conspiracies, but I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Because by now we've all seen the Hartenstein foul mixtape that NBC aired during the broadcast last night, exposing the NBA for missing several foul calls against the Thunder. Well, what I'm about to show you may make the NBA rethink their entire partnership with the network. Because on this play in the third quarter, Spurs point guard Dylan Harper injured his hamstring and immediately went back to the locker room. And at that point, as you can see on Kalshi, it was only a 1-point game. Well, just a few minutes later, NBC cut to this clip of Harper hurrying through the tunnel, seemingly cleared to check back into the game. But just as he reached the team bench, a man approaches him and sends him right back. And by the way, if you like elite sports content like this, make sure you're following. Now watch it again, because I don't think I've ever seen this before. Harper clearly thinks he's okay and is cleared to go back into the game, but at the very last minute is told that he can't. And my question is, if he wasn't okayed by medical, then why with a hamstring injury would he be rushing his way through the tunnel with multiple Spurs assistants behind him allowing it to happen? It's just all a little strange, don't you think? Now I'm not saying someone made the call, but considering the ratings for this series have been through the roof, you'd think the NBA would want this thing to go as long as possible, right? Now in all seriousness, there's probably a good explanation for this, but considering everything else that happened last night, I felt like I could not address it. Regardless, between airing the mixtape and this, the NBA probably ain't too happy with NBC right now. Why is nobody talking about the real controversy?
Jay will, as Jay also went to.
What Asian are you? Huh? You want me to guess? I won't guess it. So it's clearly not Chinese or Japanese. Not that. They're definitely not Filipino. You're not Filipino. They're getting closer. Italian? I said I'll never guess. There's got to be some Asians in Italy, motherfucker. I'm pretty sure. Laos? First guess, bitch. You fucking up right now. I got it right? Yeah. You are too? What are you? Are you allowed to talk?
I don't.
Damn. Three d na to eh. Nilaloko mo ako eh. What the fuck? I think I. Bam. Yeah. It's a sketch. A clean slate of a canvas. Three d nga, pero okay. Okay naman pala siya. Oof. Can you see this? Ay. Let's watch some ASMR. I can't focus. The more shadow here, the deeper this part of the face. My character has thicker eyebrows, and her eyes are a bit Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, 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 boom. This this part is too deep or too down. Maybe we can create it an SMR. Bap, bap. Boom, boom. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, what the fuck? Hmm. Do 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 do. Excuse me. Oh shit. This is. This should. Boo boo boom. Boo boo boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. So I'm skipping the face because uh it's the hardest part for me. But I'll go in now to and see if I'll mess it up. So I'm sketching the reference. So the reference is the shot is uh like eye level shot, but I'm sketching it like in a bird's eye view. The degree of the difference is maybe like 45 or 40 degrees, and then I'm closer. So that's how I'm challenging myself to uh, study references by drawing it from a different perspective. It's um I think the brain power needed, at least for me, is quite high. So my CPU is running uh at full temp right now. I need to redo this one. But let's move on. Excuse me. I said I'm gonna go to the face, but let me really go to the face. when it comes to the face, you can't really rely so much on structure if it's not zoomed in because can't really uh see the levels to the face or the contours or something. I'm not sure how do you say that, but can't really rely on structure. It becomes, I think it becomes, it returns to the symbolism when it comes to faces afar. So I think I think I did it some justice. I think this is not uh proportion, but yeah, I think I did it to some justice. Ooh. So think this part should be oh straighter. Yeah, good job. Good job, me. Imagination, imagination. Ref, ref. Ruff, ruff. Lift it back. Oof.
Repeat trial, error, and experimentation. The result is what comes after repeated trial, error, and experimentation in pursuit of the ideal expression. Rather than seeking results and success while you are writing, or even before you start writing, if you can focus on the fun of the family that leads to that result and become absorbed in it, I think you will be able to draw more enjoyably and freely. I feel that the essence and fun of expression lies in changing your approach flexibly, even while stumbling and struggling, and repeating trial, error, and experimentation over and over again. Expression is profound and holds infinite possibilities. There is no doubt that infinite possibilities lie dormant in everyone watching this video. I think it would be very sad if people were unable to move forward because of the high hurdles that they have unknowingly set, and ended up forgetting the fun of expression or giving up on expression altogether. Even if this repeated trial and error of experimentation leads to nowhere and something incomprehensible is created, I don't feel that it is meaningless, and I think that is what expression is all about. To begin with, expression is unstable in terms of success or failure, and even the timing of completion. Even when it is completed, some people will say it is good and others will say it is bad. When you include factors such as how much you want to express yourself in a way that is in line with the customer, the criteria become even more ambiguous. As I mentioned earlier, relaxation is an essential element in the act of drawing, and it can be said that it is the state in which you must first create. If relaxation is the state necessary to freely play around with the infinite possibilities of expression, then I strongly feel that it is necessary to consciously exert the power of insensitivity to the point of eliminating everything that gets in the way. I believe that insensitivity is extremely effective in focusing on what is truly important. I've been working in anime for over 10 years, and there have been many times in my career when I felt overwhelmed by various things. While passion and determination are certainly important factors, they alone can push your body and mind to their limits. With so many reasons to stop drawing constantly piling up, I've wondered how I can perform to the best of my ability, and how I can continue to draw freely and enjoyably. At times like these, I feel that if I can consciously use my power of insensitivity, I can create a kind of invincible state. The moment I pick up a brush, I am aware that I am in my own independent space, free from all evil thoughts, a place where I can innocently enjoy my impatience for expression without any pressure, anxiety, or fear. No matter how much the hurdles get higher when I'm not drawing, the moment I pick up a brush, I can let go of all of that. Since I started being conscious of this switch, I've found it easier to create a relaxed state, and more importantly, drawing has become much more free and enjoyable. So far, I've talked about the hurdles that unconsciously rise when drawing. I've talked about the causes and how to deal with them, but finally, I'd like to share some key points to keep in mind. Analyze the reasons why the hurdles are getting higher. Lowering the hurdles does not mean writing carelessly. Lower the hurdles that are detrimental to performance. Create a relaxed state. Don't chase success or results too much. Incorporate warm-ups. It's normal for things not to go well easily. Failure is the beginning. Trial and error. The essence of expression lies in repeated experimentation. Each and every one of you has infinite potential. Even if something you don't understand is created, it is not a waste. The criteria for success, failure, and completion are inherently vague. Be aware of and strengthen your insensitivity to eliminate evil thoughts. I believe there are other solutions that suit each of you. I hope this video will help you lower the hurdles and make your search activities more free, relaxed, and enjoyable than they are now. That's all for this video. If you post your recommended practice methods on X with the hashtag #GalupChannel, we will provide regular random follow-up advice, so please post. If you search using the hashtag, you can also see the practice of people who are trying the same practice methods. I think that checking out the advice and searches for other people will give you some insights, so please check them out. I will continue to provide searches and advice via YouTube live streaming, so I hope that you will find them useful in improving your external skills.
Yep. Yep, what it is. with some attitude. I'm dreaming, leaving behind. Tanda, da da tanda. Ay, lightning with a thunder, 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 da da thunder. Asan yun? Where is that? Not sure. Nasa kamay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Wala pa nga eh. It was remade. Excuse me. See you later, alligators. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Peace.